Vicky, are you able to hear us? Perfect. Thank you so much. Just text me if it changes. Okay, thank you so much. Hear her from in the conference room. Okay, at 9:33, we've come out in camera and we have a motion to approve the in-camera agenda from Trustee Long. I'll now open it up for discussion.
When it references board review, can the board be defined?
Okay, so the intent was to have a chance for the board to review documents that are under advisement of the board to not include the entire board. So that would be definition that I give on that.
So should we amend the agenda to say that?
Okay. Suggested wording.
Just what you said. Yeah, to review legal's advice as to who should review the document.
Based on legal's advice, board members to review the documents. Okay.
Can you please add not the whole board?
No, not the entire board. Okay. We're now discussing that amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment. Now back to approval of the in-camera agenda as amended.
So, before we point of order,
Go ahead.
so being that this is reference to motion number 21-222, being that the original motion, its wording was that trustees put into policy that trustees are ineligible to host international students. As the 2022 motion was not sent to committee until March 23rd, 2026, it's incomplete. It's actually sitting on our agenda today. And it's not an active motion, actionable motion, until it has 3 readings and public engagement. And so, if this is the way it's supposed to be done, we don't have anything to talk about today.
Trustee August.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but as soon as a motion is passed by the board, it is automatically actionable. And so although it didn't get put into policy, it's still, once it was voted on and approved, it's automatically in the books and ready to go. And I'm not sure what happened with it not being put into the policy, but just from my understanding that it is as soon as the board passes a motion. We've never done 3 readings on adding to our policies. Those are for new policies where it's a substantive change.
Point of order. Trustee Burdette, please allow individuals to speak.
When we're developing a new policy or if there's big changes, for sure, there is 3 readings. But this was not a big change to a policy. It was a motion made by the board and approved. And so as far as my understanding goes for policies, those are the rules or the law, or not the law, but Robert's Rules of Order that state that as soon as it's voted on, it's always in that packet. We did approve the consent agenda today, which policy 4 was in, which added that statement. And so it is now in there. So
Policy 4 was in the consent agenda.
Trustee Burdette, please address the chair and not speak to anyone
No,
without
I'm not
trustees.
speaking that.
Please
I
go ahead.
thought it was on today's agenda to talk about.
it was in, you want me
Go
to
ahead.
address that? We approved the consent agenda and policy 4 was listed in there with the changes to it, and we approved the consent agenda this morning.
Trustee
Yes.
Kimber had her hand up. I'll just address the comments that Trustee Hodges made. That is the guidance that has been given to us in the past from legal, that once a motion is made, it is enacted. It doesn't need to be in policy unless it articulates that it needs to be in policy for it to be enacted on or enacted at a future date. Trustee Burdette, please refrain from speaking out of order. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand.
I actually don't have much to add now that Trustee Hodges says, what she said is exactly what I told him, so I don't have anything to add.
I think once the board is voted, that's the will of the board. Even though it has not been in policy yet, I think policy is just a secondary part of it. The meat of the issue is that the board voted, I think that was their will.
If there's isn't any other comments on the point of order? Go ahead.
So I missed that was slid into the consent agenda this morning, which is actually another thing that we should deal with, because when you're taking something away from somebody, that's substantive. The only thing that can be done on a housekeeping basis on a motion is if you're changing housekeeping wording, minor things. If it's such a joke.
Trustee Burdette, please refrain from
No, I
calling.
won't refrain, okay?
No,
Thank you very much.
Trustee Burdette, you are out of order. If you speak out again, I'll ask you to leave the meeting.
Okay, so my point of order, that's where I'm at.
As chair, there's no other comments on the point of order. Trustee Hodges, is this what point of order?
This was just about the policy 4, just being in it.
Okay, if there's nothing else about the point of order that was raised, as chair, I'll now rule on the point of order, and I rule that the point of order is out of order, that this is something that the board can and has the authority to do, that it is, as the trustees have shared, policy does not dictate when a motion is enacted unless the motion clearly states that policy is enacted. Any further? Anything else before I ask for a motion to go in camera? Seeing none, we will proceed with the agenda as approved for the in-camera session. I would ask for a motion to go in camera. Trustee Hodges is at 9:42. And I would ask for all those in favor. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, and that asks Nikki to, we'll log off, but ask you to pause the recording as we continue on the camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Call us back to order, and at 11:52, ask for a motion to come out of in camera. Trustee Hodges, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And have a motion arising from out of in camera, if somebody's willing to make that. In accordance with the recommendation, in accordance with legal advice received in camera, the Board of Trustees will provide correspondence to Trustee Burdette. Somebody willing to make that motion? Trustee Long? Yes. Yeah, I can send you the wording, Nikki. Any discussion? Seeing none, call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving on in our agenda. Oh, and sorry, just a little bit of housekeeping. Friendly reminder to destroy all our notes from in camera that might have been taken for the purpose of being in camera. And move to item F1, Awards and Recognition Committee. The Awards and Recognition Committee, Kathy Charchin, will review the Student Excellence Awards Night recommendation with the Board of Trustees. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Student Excellence Award Night recommendation as presented or amended. You want to make that, Trustee Charchin? Thank you, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
There we go. Now it's working. Thank you. The Awards Recognition Committee have met a couple of times in reviewing the Student Excellence Award celebration. All of the information has been shared with you, the details, which I don't think I need to go through. Some of the rationale and focus of our conversations was around making sure that we continue the legacy of excellence, maintaining the tradition of honoring students. We also spent considerable time looking at ways to reduce costs and be financially responsible. And we also have proposed to move to a social type format rather than a sit-down meal. And part of that was in cost savings, as well as we believe that it will allow people to intermingle more and to be able to connect with others that they don't always, that they're not sitting beside. And we also believe it will reduce the overall length of the evening, which is some feedback that the committee has had previously. So unless there's more detailed information that you'd like to ask, I think I'll leave it there for now.
Any questions for Trustee Charchin and the committee? Thank you so much for all your amazing work on this. I'm looking forward to the night recognizing students. It's always one of the highlights of the year. With that, is there anything else you'd like to add? Closing, Trustee Charchin? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving on to F2, Granum Solution Committee. In response to the March 23rd, 2026 motion 25-115, the Board of Trustees moved to postpone original motions 225-182 and 25183 until the next board meeting. The Granum Solution Committee requires more time to schedule a meeting to review the terms of reference. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees move to change the postponed motion 225-81 on date until May 25th, 2026. Trustee Charchin, would you like to make the motion again?
Sure.
And you can speak to that.
Yeah, Simply, we just have not had the opportunity since the last board meeting to gather. We have a meeting scheduled for April 30th, and so we're asking for the board's agreement to postpone this until the May board meeting.
Discussion? Questions? Seeing none, everyone's letting you off easy, it looks like. We'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Recorded votes for all board decisions requiring. This one has a little bit lengthier background, so I'm gonna save the speaking to just read the recommendation and then turn it over to Trustee Gimber, who's bringing the motion forward. The recommendation, be it resolved, the board adopts a standing practice that all motions requiring a vote be conducted as recorded votes. That one, recorded votes to be automatically to every motion for which a vote is required without the need for trustees to request one. And two, the results of each recorded vote be included in the official minutes in accordance with board policy and legislative requirement. Three, administration update relevant board procedures and next meeting templates to reflect this change. Are you willing to make that motion, Trustee Gimmer?
Yes.
Thank you, and I'll turn the floor over to you to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the thought line behind this one is, in general, in the past, when a recorded vote has been requested, it tends to be when maybe it's a bit of a controversial topic that's come up. So there could be a stigma attached to requesting that recorded vote. By just having all of our votes automatically recorded, it will alleviate that. It would help promote openness and should strengthen trust between all of us. So yes, the idea behind this is, I don't think it's much more of an administrative burden on poor Nikki to actually record that if we have a good template for it. That's everything.
Open it up for discussion and questions. See if you pondering. If you'd love to put your hand up, we could get you to speak to it. There you go, Trustee Hodges.
I am in favor of this motion. I think that part of what Trustee Gimber said about it potentially being a stigma, it just eliminates that, and I think that it's just good practice.
Wrong. Yeah, wrong button there, Trustee Long.
I'm in favor of this. It's a really good idea.
Go ahead, Trustee Churchin.
I don't know what this would look like. A couple of things that went through my mind is potentially a little bit of increased time in the board meeting, which I don't think is going to be substantial. But also wondering if knowing it's a recorded vote could potentially impact how one would vote. And I can't flesh that out any more than just that thought came to my mind. So I wanted to share that.
Trustee Burdette.
I guess with me, I'm just wondering why, so is this a Robert's Rules thing that runs now? You have to request a recorded vote? So I'd wonder why they would have it that way and only request it for certain things. I guess I'm a little bit where Kathy is as to whether we need every vote recorded all the time. I'm of the opinion that recorded votes are usually when somebody's trying to make a political statement. Look, this is the way I voted. And so if the board's unanimous and we're all voting in favor, I'm not sure that it has to be there. I think there's probably a reason in Robert's rules why we don't record all the votes, and so I'm not exactly sure why we would want to. So that's just my input there.
Thank you. Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. Our votes are recorded anyhow. We're live. So if anybody wanted to go back and look at them, they can see how we voted. I think putting that into the minutes is just going to be good practice. I don't think it's going to add any extra time. So I think that this is just a good practice that we could have, and it's just going to be in our minutes. But again, our votes are already recorded because we're live.
Trustee Long?
And if we have some concern about extra time, and this is a question, Nikki, if it's unanimous, you don't have to put our names down, just put unanimous. So only if there's some difference in vote, which put the names down, so it's not on.
Any further discussion? Just weigh in before I turn it over to Trustee Gimmer to close. I know this is something that has came forward in the past for board to consider. I agree with Trustee Hodges' comments that it is already basically recorded because we have it live. In the past, there was some apprehension of doing it before we live streamed our meetings and recorded our meetings, but thank you to Trustee Gimmer bringing this forward, because that has been something that has been brought up before about the anxiety that creates when somebody asks for a recorded vote, and then if you don't remember to do it before the vote, then you can only record your vote after. Not that's a struggle, but that process seems to slow down the meeting, I feel, more than having a process that's consistent. So I would also vote in favor of it, but I would allow Trustee Gimmer now to close.
Thank you. I don't really have anything extra to add here. I think it helps with our transparency and our trust building as a board. And I appreciate your support in this motion.
And not that I'm soliciting things, but is just asking, is anyone going to ask for a recorded vote before we have a motion on recorded votes? No. Seeing none, we will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I think I can smell lunch is ready. It smells amazing. So I think we'll break for lunch for half an hour, if that's okay with everybody, and reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. If everyone's ready to go, we'll call the meeting back to order at 12:31 and continue on in our agenda to F5, representation, no, F4. I flipped the page too quick. Committee reporting timeline in response to motion 23-247. And this is another long one that I'm not going to read the whole preamble to background. I'll just start with the recommendation. Recommendation is be it resolved that in response to motion 23-247, the board directs all committees to submit their recommendations for streamlining operations and reducing expenses through the consent agenda at the June 2026 board meeting. And ask Trustee Gimber if she's willing to move that. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to you to speak to it. Please.
Thank you. So the Method of Accountability Committee met and went through all of the outstanding motions that we had. And one of the ones that was on there that we weren't 100% sure if it was fulfilled completely was this motion 23247. So it where all the committees were supposed to suggest any efficiencies and cost reductions. And we do know that there is a good portion of committees that have gone through and done this, but it was kind of unclear whether it needed to come back to the board for approval or not. So what we thought we would do is present this motion to be able to check the box fully on every one of the committees. So if every committee were to either pull up what they had before that showed that they did do it and put it into the consent agenda for June 2026, or have the meeting and actually go through and do this as was requested in the original motion and put that into the consent agenda of June 2026, then we are able to fulfill our requirement as per the motion and do it in a way that is time efficient because it's in the consent agenda. And anybody who had any questions about any of them could then pull it out. We decided June 2026 because that's the end of the year, still gives everybody another month or so if they haven't met. And that's it. That'll allow us to make sure that this motion is done and complete and we can take it off the book, off of the need to do books.
Open it up for discussion. Trustee Yegus.
I got some questions in regards to that. When we talked about all committees, you're only talking about the standing committees, right?
The original motion was that all committees were supposed to meet and identify opportunities for improved efficiencies and cost reductions. So that would be all committees were part of that original motion.
Even the committees on, I'm sorry, 10, the ones were as representatives?
Any other questions around that?
I think that we don't really have a terms of reference for those committees, and so I don't see the purpose in meeting if you're a representative like Alberta Southwest, like there's nothing, you're just assigned to go. Or the Livingstone School Aid, I don't know if there's no committee to meet with. You're just assigned, so I would say maybe not, it's not actually a committee.
Oh.
Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
Okay, then I'm, sorry, I'm assuming it's the standing committees then, and not the ad hoc or the ones that are representatives for.
Go ahead.
I can't really answer that because it's an original motion that was there in 23247. So whatever the intent was of that motion back then, which was for all of the committees to meet and suggest any efficiencies, I'm not in a position to answer that because it's just reacting to a motion that was already in place.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just was wondering about that because just for a definition purpose.
If there isn't anything that comes to amend the motion, it could be interpreted that those committees bring forward recommendations. They don't have to, even if you don't meet representatives, because it falls under committees. Trustee Long?
So, Chair Toon, we've already passed this. This is we're bringing it forward again to, in other words, to make sure it's done. I'm not sure we can make an amendment to this, can we?
It's up to the will of the board. This one was where it was reported back, but it wasn't consistent how it was reported back. We couldn't find a correlated place where all the information was held. And so we wanted to make sure that before the organizational meeting, especially with what we have on the agenda coming up for committee structure, that we could have those on committee of the whole. We could have a discussion in June before our reaffirmation of committees. If there was any recommendation to change any committees, we could take place at that time.
Well, I think we're always looking for efficiencies, so maybe the broader committee is not a bad way to interpret, given that we don't know the intent at this point.
Trustee Kimberly and Trustee Hodges.
Okay, the only other thing that I could suggest is because we specifically have a policy that says committees of the board and one that specifically says board representation, that if we took it in black and white where it says committee and just do committees, but
That was going to be at the basis of my recommendations, all the standing committees that we have, where we actually have like a chair of a committee, because in a representative, we actually don't have, on some of them, an actual chair that could meet, like when you're assigned Alberta Southwest, you don't meet with anybody, the chair offers the assignment up. So I think that if we want to amend the motion to direct all standing committees to submit their recommendations.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Trustee Gimber, would you like to close?
no, I'm good, thanks.
With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. F5, representation of the board. No, we're done that one. And we're going to F6. No, F5. Another long preamble that I will not read. If we could just go to the recommendation. Be it resolved that the board reaffirm its request for motion 24-221 and direct administration to prepare and present a comprehensive report comparing the division's organizational budget and expenditures by department, staffing area, central office, and board of trustees with those of similar sized school divisions, taking into account school enrollment numbers and geographic considerations, and that this report be brought to the board to a future board meeting for review and discussion. Trustee Gimmer, are you once again going to make that? And the floor is yours.
Thank you. So this is another one that came out of method of accountability. The original motion 24-221 was asking for administration to prepare a comprehensive report we asked for it to be presented to us prior to the budget of that year. We did not receive it prior to the budget of that year, but I think it is still, we think it is still information that the board wants and would find valuable. So we're basically just putting it back out there because the timeline has passed. It's specifically stated prior to the budget of 2024. So that's why this one's coming forward again.
Any discussion? Trustee Hodges.
I'm a little torn on this one. I'm not sure what the problem is we're trying to solve with this motion. I think I understand the motion. I guess I'm just wondering why we need such a detailed report given to the trustees. I feel like our budget committee, our audit committee, goes through the budget and gets to see the line items, and I'm just not sure what, by comparing them to similar-sized schools, that it'll help us in making a budget decision. I feel like the budget is given to administration for the divisional organizational budget, and then we have our superintendent that then makes sure that that budget is done appropriately and within the range of the budget that is given to them. So I guess I'm just not sure how this will help us and whether we decide to approve a budget or not.
Thank you for that. Trustee Churchin?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to follow up to what Trustee Hodges said. I have a question, rhetorical perhaps, but does this report give trustees enough actionable information to offset the time required to find this extensive, to fill this extensive request?
Trustee Burdette?
So I think that we, in the past, when we have been doing specific projects, we get reports like this for a specific reason. When the one was to come before, yeah, I'm not sure about whether the time it takes to gather up all this information. And you got to remember, we've got a brand new superintendent who's already doing a lot of work and the first year work is a lot harder than the other year's work after that. And so I would probably speak against this, and that there was some specific purpose that we were looking into for why we needed this information. I think it's a lot of extra work for not much gain.
Trustee Long and then Trustee Yegus?
I would have two concerns. One being that I understand the rationale of comparing school divisions of similar sizes, but every school division would have different issues as far as budgeting. Even though the student population might be the same, the culture and the things that are happening in that division are not the same. Also be concerned with the amount of time that administration would have to spend doing this.
Yeah, and my real concern would be with the time that will be taken by central office to prepare this, especially if we wanted it by our budget time, which comes the end of May. And I don't really think that there is the time. And like was said already, I'm just going to repeat it. I feel satisfied with the information I'm getting through the audit committee.
Okay, we'll just pause for a second wait for Trustee Long. Any further discussion? Just before turning it over to close, Trustee Gimmer, if there isn't any, I'll speak. I also have concern about the amount of time that this report would take. One of the things that I feel might help alleviate that for me personally is it doesn't have a timeline. It doesn't say that it needs to be done before May. Then again, it doesn't put a timeline. I'd like when things have a definitive time on it to leave expectations. it does allow administration to give feedback on how long that would take to do that and possibly bring back recommendations on timing. But one of the things that really worries me is with everything that's been going on with the provincial government and talk of school board accountability and ensuring that we're accountable to our stakeholders. I think having this information could help us as trustees as we make decisions going forward further about knowing how agree there's differences between how divisions fund things and knowing, but having that, I think back to bargaining and things that we deal with when we're working to best support our staff members, knowing what your neighbors are doing and what those around you are doing is critical to know, are we doing everything we can and doing similar for our neighbors? So I think that helps us be better governors. The more information we have, I don't want this to be an arduous process. I'm in a difficult spring, busy time for staff and administration. At the same time, I think that this could be critical information for us to have from an accountability piece. I'll turn it over to Trustee Gimber to close.
Okay, thank you. So this motion did come forward in 2024 and it was passed by everybody sitting around the table. And one of the questions that did come up was how difficult it would be to get this information and how onerous it would be to get it. And at the time, Mr. Perry said that the information is all readily available. It's very easy to get. You just need to put it in a spreadsheet. And he made it sound like it was simple, could be done without a problem. So I just wanted to remind everyone that this was presented and approved by everybody because there was a need for answers about how we compare to our neighboring divisions. Transportation comes up all the time. How do we compare? How does our central office staffing compare to other divisions? And we don't have those answers. Audit committee does not have those answers. Sure, we go through on an audit committee line by line and seeing how we're doing and the amount of money that we're spending, but we have no idea how that compares to Foothills or to any of the ones around us. One of the other things that is on my mind is, again, this was passed, and just because administration didn't do it doesn't mean we shouldn't still get the information. They didn't do it by the timeline, which is the only reason the motion is invalid right now. But it almost sets a precedent. If they are given a timeline and they don't do it by that timeline, we're just going to let them off the hook. I don't think that's right. So I would ask for your support in getting this information. Maybe we don't need it as in-depth as, but to be able to at least have a line item by line item that you can compare from our neighboring divisions, I think is really important.
And with that closing, we will call the question. And I will ask for all those in favor. And any opposed? Opposed. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That is carried. Moving on to F6, Advocacy Committee, and closed with the agenda package is the draft 2025-2027 to 2027 Advocacy Priority Plan. The Advocacy Committee Chair, Trustee Hodges, will review and ask the Board of Trustees for approval of the enclosed draft. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees accept the 2025 to 2027 Advocacy Plan as presented. Trustee Hodges, are you prepared to make the motion?
Yes.
Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Advocacy has met a couple times now, and this is our advocacy priorities that we have set forth to work on for the 2025-2027 school years. We advocate for predictable, sustainable, ample government funding that addresses the particular issues of rural public education. And then underneath that, we have our objectives. Government policies that keep resources student focused, funding for all staff retention, recruitment, addressing complex classrooms with appropriate resources, closing the Indigenous gaps for student funding. And then student mental health. In the interest of student wellness and success, we advocate for student mental health supports with these objectives: cross-ministry efforts with Recovery Alberta to access supports in rural communities, community partnerships to create synergies for rural Albertans, equity in programming and access. We advocate for conditions and incentives that entice teachers to our communities. Rural students are not disadvantaged, but rather have access to rewarding programs wherever they live. Objectives are community initiatives that create desirable conditions for new staff. Public education about the opportunities and benefits of place-based education. We have developed some specific measurable goals to move the board work forward for the 2025, 2026, and 2026 school years. Under these, we have the strategies outlined here. We are going to work on our divisional website and our advocacy webpage, where we'll have frequently asked questions that we can direct our parents to. In the 3 priority areas, you'll see those at the end of the document. We're going to have a reporting and inviting action at school council meetings. We're going to have advocacy on the agenda in November, February, April, and June, where as trustees, we'll have an opportunity to promote the advocacy that is going on through the work of the board and the advocacy committee. We'll have clear budget impact statements, infographics over time, be aware of negative consequences of metrics used. Also, we have our ASBA meetings. We'll have quarterly advocacy reports sent to our Livingstone McLeod MLAs and MDs. And then we have specific strategies will be developed to meet the objectives in our priority areas. And it may include recommend changes to provincial government policies related to insurance, transportation, and funding formulas, requesting change to federal government Indigenous student funding, develop relationships with First Nations leaders, federally and provincially recommending funding partners, hiring mental health professional workers to work in LRSD, partnering with communities to provide housing, lifestyles, specialized employment, financial initiatives, and to attract new and specialized teachers, external, internal, place-based education awareness. So this is kind of our plan outlined here. So just free to, if you have any questions. We've worked really hard on this, and hopefully when we develop our ed plan, it'll all align together. And so, yeah, if you have any questions, myself or Mr. Long would be happy to answer.
Any discussion? Seeing none, go ahead, Trustee Gimmer.
I'm not letting them off the hook completely because they put me on the hot seat. Let's see, what can I ask about? So the quarterly advocacy report sent to the Livingstone McLeod MLAs, and is that supposed to read MPs? Or are we going to the doctors now? No, I'm kidding. No, okay, so I think that's a great idea. I'm curious to see what that's going to look like when we do the first one, to see what kinds of things are going to be included in that report. And I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic that it may increase the communications with us and our MP, because I know in the amount of time that I've been here, I still haven't met with our MP yet. So I would like to, I'm hoping that this will be strives in the right direction. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was our hope, is that we'll create conversations and communication with our MPs, with our MDs too, like even our town councils. Like, we're hoping to have that good communication where there's a back and forth, and that they can understand our roles and what we do, and if we can help them in anything that they need. Like, I feel like there's a great opportunity here to just create some good conversations.
Any other discussion? Just want to say thank you to the advocacy committee and Carly for the amazing work, and our superintendent for the very robust plan. I think this will really help increase our engagement and help share the positive things, and then also advocate for the things that we feel that are in the best interest of our schools, our students, and our community. So thank you all for an amazing job. I think this is really going to help us communicate better. Anything you'd like to say in closing?
No, I think I said it all here. I'm just really excited to get the plan going and to be able to have more conversations with our parents. I think it's like where we really want to have that happen, and that's why you'll see that part of this advocacy plan is to be part of the agendas at the school councils.
Thank you for that. And with that, we'll call the question and ask all those in favor. And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, moving on to F7, Method of Accountability. Method of Accountability Chair Carla Gimber will discuss the enclosed Method of Accountability terms of reference. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Method of Accountability Committee terms of reference as presented or amended. Somebody willing to make that motion? Trustee Gimber, and would you like to speak to it?
Sure. So yes, the Method of Accountability Committee got together and we created the terms and reference as presented to you that you would have been able to review in the package. Pretty straightforward, I think, in terms of what the committee was created for. I don't really have anything extra to add to that right now.
Any questions for Trustee Gimmer and the committee? Go ahead.
This isn't a question, this is just a comment. But they say the board chair may attend as an ex officio member. I don't think that has to be in there because he can, if it's already in policy somewhere else. He can attend any meetings he wants to, he or she.
Any further discussion?
I'm just really excited to see this on the agenda, and I'm excited to see where this is going to go. It's been a while since we've had this conversation come to the board, and so I'm very positive. I have that positive feeling that it's now going to hit the ground running. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you for that. Any other last call before we turn it over for closing? Anything to close with, Trustee Gimber? All right. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Method of Accountability Committee terms of reference as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to F8, Executive Governance Committee. Executive Governance Committee Chair, Carla Gimber, will discuss the enclosed terms of reference. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the Executive Governance Committee terms of reference as presented or amended. Have you met your quota, Trustee Gimber, yet of being on the agenda?
Funny. I'm just happy I have a voice today. Okay, so yes, again, Executive Governance Committee got together, went through and created these terms of reference based on how the motion was presented and passed for this committee. And again, you had this in your package to review, so if you have any questions or anything, you can bring them forward now.
Discussion?
When we so we have a repeal and replace on the agenda for later for the role of superintendent. And so depending on how that goes, is this the purpose of this then, under your purpose, you would then use that then to develop the evaluation framework, including the process and timeline? Is that kind of the outline of what this committee is going to do? Thank you.
Trustees.
When I looked at this, as I've said, I was part of the committee, but I was not part of making this terms of reference. So when I looked at it, I thought the question is that the only thing we want this committee to do? Is look at the superintendent and the thing, because we already have a very good process for looking at the superintendent. Policy has used the ASBA changes that were, was coming up for approval. So I was just, is this not a committee that is just doing what is already done? And in terms of what is happening with this evaluation and that, is it needed? I guess my question would really be.
Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. I'm just going to comment on the comment that was just made. Depending on what happens with the policy today, I feel like the policy is going to be there, and under that is kind of what the superintendent is going to be reporting on, but I still don't think that there is a process outlined yet, and how that's going to look. We have a 3 or 4 year window where maybe not every year it'll be the same kind of evaluation. I think that needs to be decided upon, and I think that as a board, we should have something brought to us, and then a discussion then can happen around what we really want that to look like and how that's going to work. I feel like this committee can do more than just that, but I feel like I don't think we have a complete outline of the framework for that. We will just have the guidelines, I think, is what's being approved in the policy.
I'm a little bit puzzled because most of the things that we're talking about doing in here, we've always done as a board, as a whole. We've always developed our evaluation tools and stuff like that, and usually we hire somebody to help us do that. I'm not exactly sure, like Trustee Yeagus said, if this isn't just duplicating things that we already do, or that we do as part of the evaluation process. And I'll just leave it at that.
Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. Sorry again to just speak to, just in our policy that we have right now that's coming to the floor, and it does depend on whether it's approved or not, but we have an appendix under there that outlines how we do our evaluations and the metrics that are used. So the policy above is what the superintendent will use to base his evaluation on, but then underneath that, it outlines how we want it laid out. And so by replacing this policy, we not necessarily will have that appendix part of it, which the governance committee could develop an appendix part of that to that motion, because we've always had an appendix on how the board wants that laid out and what our evaluation also looks like. So I feel like we still need something, and I think that maybe there's a different way of looking at it, a different way of measuring it. I think that we haven't had those conversations yet, but as a board, we've talked about having them. And so I feel like until we see maybe what the executive governance committee has come up with and be able to have a conversation as a board, I don't think we should discount having something on as an appendix attached to our policy under the role of the superintendent.
Yes.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, when we look at for example, the fiscally responsible, the evaluation framework So yeah, under the evaluation framework, to determine the framework for the board, recommend an evaluator, all of that is done by this committee and then brought to the board for approval, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, correct. And just interject to provide a little clarity on that. Previously, all this was the role and responsibility of the chair and the vice to bring forward these things, and there wasn't as detailed as this was, and so the committee was formed, and the committee wanted to make sure that we had the guardrails going into this next evaluation process. It was so not this one upcoming, but going into that, we'd have the process on how the evaluation would be structured. So this wouldn't affect what is happening in June, because that was already arranged and booked through ASBA. So that this would be a go forward after that.
Yeah, I have no problem with part of this being the evaluation process, and as was stated, looking at the strategies of that. I think that this committee needs to go, or should be, more above and beyond just that one part of it, because we're going to talk about the committees in our, if we get to our meeting of the whole, goals of combining or reducing committees. And we've already been stated that we have too many committees. Are we willing to have a committee that has only basically one purpose? Is there enough work for this committee to do that? I think this committee needs to go above and beyond just this one area in order to, when we're talking about the Executive Governance Committee. And the other thing I was looking at here is risk management. I don't understand what is meant by approve risk mitigation strategies and monitor risk exposure. That needs to have a little bit more of an explanation to it.
Trustee Gimmer, would you like to speak to that?
Well, Trustee Yagos is on the committee. I'm surprised she didn't bring these comments up in the past. First of all, this committee was formed. I don't, hold on, I'm going to back the bus up a second. This is not supposed to be a conversation about whether this committee exists or not. This is supposed to be a conversation about these terms of reference, and we can have that conversation at the organizational meeting about whether this exists or not. This terms of reference was created in response to the motion that came forward that we needed to have a committee that put together how we were going to evaluate our board and how we were going to evaluate the superintendent, and then evaluate the evaluation process in its entirety. We were looking for something that is consistent. Sure, we've had steps that we can follow, kind of broad, in the past that the chair and the vice chair have followed when they're creating the board or the board or the evaluations, but it's been all over the place. For the 5 years that I've been around, it's been a different process every single time. So the idea behind this is to have something that allows you to compare apples to apples instead of going all over the place every year. I would like us to just approve a terms of reference so we can move forward and have the discussion about whether this committee and all the other ones are needed at a later time when that's the purpose that's on the agenda.
Any further questions? Trustee Yagos, Trustee Long, I see your hand. And then Trustee Yagos, would you like to speak after?
Yeah, I didn't see that we were discussing whether this committee should exist or not. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if the committee, that Trustee Yagos and Trustee Member, I think, I'm gathering that, would like to postpone this. And I say that because there's discussion going on between the two of you that are on the same committee, and I don't see that it's clear between the two of you, which is the committee. And so I would make a suggestion to you that perhaps you postpone this and bring it back again, unless this is something that has to be done right now.
I don't see any point in postponing this because as a committee, we did go over this and created this as a committee. So if the items didn't come up, then they didn't come up at that time.
Trustee Yagos.
If this was done in committee, I was not part of that. I remember we had a meeting, and the last time we called a meeting, I remember doing the accountability one, And I totally agree with that. Not this one. And if there was we canceled a meeting. And, that's, but as I said, I don't remember talking about this one at all. We didn't have time at that meeting that I was at. It's not that I disagree with some of the things here, is what I'm saying is I think we need to get a little broader with our terms of reference in terms of what this committee does.
Any other discussion? Unless we have a motion to table or postpone, then we will move forward with the amendment.
I'm sorry. I move that we table this until the next meeting so that so that we can discuss these terms of reference again.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Yegus has moved to table this to next board meeting. It is not debatable nor amendable, and it is a straight majority of trustees to move forward with that. So I would ask all those in favor of tabling this motion until the next board meeting. And ask for opposed. And that is carried. Moving on to F9, professional learning. With the bills coming from the government, it is hard to keep up and how they relate to education. Recommendation is that the Professional Learning Committee recommends the committee review and interpret new and recent bills and present a clear summary to the board at a planning meeting that includes the relevance to education and board operations. Trustee Yegus. I know Trustee Hodges is on this one.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the Professional Learning Committee met and we discussed some professional learning opportunities that would have no cost to the board, but would really benefit us in our role as being trustees. And so we would like as it says in the recommendation, we were going to go through, we'll start with the new bills and then go through and look at all the bills and bring a summary so that everyone is aware of what's happening in our realm of education and how they apply to us. And when we're making decisions at the board table, maybe how that can implement or change your decision and how that's made. We just feel like this is a great opportunity for professional development for all of us to do this together. We will be doing it at meeting of the wholes. And then I feel like it's a great opportunity for you to have conversations with the public too about the bills so that everyone is on the same page and has the same information. Trustee Gimmer, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Any further discussion?
I just think this is a great idea. I think we're always looking at what's happening and we need to have some kind of discussion about, especially if we want to do something with it, like go ask advocacy to write letters or anything else. I think this is really helpful so that we understand some of the implications of what's happening at this point.
Thank you. Trustee Charchin.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, the professional learning community would interpret the bills and bring them to the meeting of the whole for further discussion and potential interpretation. Is that correct?
Correct. But we'll do it in a fun way.
Terrific. Thank you.
If there isn't any further discussion, we'll ask if Trustee Hodges would like to close. Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to F10, Board Policy 13, enclosed with the agenda is a draft replacement Board Policy 13, role of the superintendent. Board Policy Committee Chair Lori Hodges will discuss the Board of Trustees, the need to rescind and replace current Board Policy 13, adopted on October 14th, 2003. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading to rescind the old Board Policy 13, role of superintendent, adopted on October 14th, 2023, and replace it with the new draft Board Policy 13. The new policy will take effect once the third and final reading has been approved. Somebody willing to make that motion?
I'll make it.
Trustee Hodges, thank you. And the floor is yours.
Perfect. I'm not going to go through the whole policy as there is a lot to it and everybody should have had the opportunity to read it prior to, but we just really felt at the policy committee that this really was a clearer direction and how this is laid out. It is in alignment with the superintendent leadership quality standards. It's also a reference to Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. And then it also goes into the Information Act and everything under that. So it aligns with everything that we need our superintendent to do. And so I just will hopefully pass it as a first reading today.
Open it up for discussion. Trustee Burdette.
So yeah, I was comparing it to the old one. It's a lot different, for sure. I mean, format-wise, I think most of the things that we looked after in the old one are in here, but it's a lot of comparing to do when they don't line up. But I believe that this is a good document. I guess maybe what I would like to know is if our superintendent has read through it and if he has any concerns about any of the stuff that's there. Because he's going to be the guy that has to do it all.
Putting you on the spot, Mr. Beaton.
So, yes, putting on the spot, but I think part of the, I was part of this meeting when this policy was drafted and started anyway. I think everything that's in here comes out of the the SLQS, which governs my certifications and my ability to continue to be a superintendent. It also takes into account, I think, some of the discussions that you folks have had as a board. My question would be, these are a broad overview of the authority that's delegated to me, what I have to be doing, or any future superintendent. The question comes more for me, and I'm sure future superintendents, as to how they'll be evaluated and the process by which that evaluation will take place, because looking at this list, as Trustee Burdette has indicated, it's a very comprehensive list. Being able to identify specifically at the beginning of a school year, a term, what have you, what metrics will be used for the evaluation process, I think is what's going to be key that comes out of this. And I recognize that that's another step in addition. So that would be my one comment.
Thank you for that. Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. And I think that that's, with the motion that we just tabled, that would have been their role to come up with those metrics by looking at this policy that's going to be set out in front of you. And so until that comes back to the board table next month, we won't be able to know what that's going to look like. But yes, that was exactly what this board had discussed in the future for future superintendent down the road, and how the process is going to work and what each year will look like, because it can vary differently. So,
Any other discussion? Trustee Churchill.
I'd just like to say thank you to the committee and Superintendent Beaton. I guess you're part of that committee? Yeah. It is extensive work and lots of changes that are occurring, and so thank you for your work on bringing that forward.
Any further discussion? Just before I turn it over to Trustee Hodges, to close, I just want to say thank you, as Trustee Churchin did, to the committee. Really, a lot of great work went into this with our upcoming evaluation. One of the things our facilitator, Carl, wanted to do was go through our policy on role of superintendent, and I informed him that we'd be having this on the agenda, and if it was adopted as a draft, we'd bring it forward to him, because this is one of the key things going into evaluation, being fully aware of how you're evaluating your superintendent and the board is really key in having that consistency. So I think this really helps bring it up to date, where there was a lot of has changed with the superintendent landscape since 2003 with professional organization of CAS coming into existence. And really, I think that this helps set up the board for future success, making sure that we're doing all we can to be consistent and having a great relationship with our one and only employee, the superintendent. So I'll turn it over to Trustee Hodges to close.
Thank you. No, I have nothing to close with. I just want to, so this will just be the first reading, and then we can come back, put it on the agenda for the second and third, maybe possibly in June or May. Like, do we have to be able to have time to take it up to our councils? And so I just wonder, do we have to set out a timeline at all? Okay,
Nope.
Then we'll just be able to, okay. Then I have nothing else to say. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to our discussion information item portion, we will turn it over to Superintendent Beaton for feasibility of second language instruction in elementary school. Superintendent Beaton will update the board regarding the feasibility of developing a second language program for LRSD.
Thank you, Chair Toon. So this is based on a motion that was passed previously. The motion was 24-208 and read, Trustee Poitras moved that the Board of Trustees request a presentation on the impact and feasibility of introducing second language instruction at the elementary level starting in the 2026-2027 school year, and that was passed on June 24th, 2025. Over the past few months, I've met with a number of parents through parent council meetings. I've been able to be at almost all of our schools. I have a couple left. And through the course of that engagement, have asked questions about what the division could be doing, what we could look at to enhance programming. In addition, as part of our parent engagement process to develop the next 2026-2030 education plan, parents were asked to rank potential school programming enhancements, and the wording here is important because it is something to pay attention to, because the wording was high school programming, where the motion from June 2025 looked at elementary second language programs. But parents were asked to give feedback on a number of options, which included dual credit post-secondary courses, pre-employment certifications, specialized sports skills academies, place-based environmental science practicum, second language instruction, and agricultural programming. The reason we chose those that list is that they are a number of things that programs and enhancements that are already taking place. We have dual credit being offered. We have pre-employment certifications and specialized academies running as well. Place-based education is a foundational principle of the board and the division. In addition, we've been looking at agricultural programming as enhancements and as potential ways to increase enrollment at some of our schools. We had 400 respondents for that survey, which for a division our size is substantive and impressive. And I've been able to thank parents over the course of the last few meetings of parent council meetings to say thank you to their participation for providing that information. In terms of those responses, of the ones I read, the weighting, or the number, percentage of respondents, so this is highest percentage wanting us to explore to lowest percentage wanting us to explore. And I don't have the exact statistical breakdown in terms of the reliability, other than to say we had 400 respondents and we've weighted these responses. So dual credit continues to be number one. So dual credit post-secondary courses, pre-employment certifications such as WMIS, first aid, and others is number two. Specialized sports academies was 3, place-based environmental ed is 4, second language instruction 5, and agricultural programming 6. I bring all of this forward as a fulsome discussion about the feasibility of second language instruction. In my meetings with parent councils, this has come up specifically at 2 schools that I've been at. And again, I haven't finished all of my meetings, but for the ones that I've completed, second language instruction was a primary focus in my conversation at Willow Creek Composite High School, as well as Staveley Elementary School. It's been discussed, but not to the same degree as those 2 schools. That was a prevalent discussion that we had about second language instruction and the desire to have that for students and potentially to bring it forward. And some of the parent comments included feeling that perhaps our students are at a disadvantage because they don't have second language instruction starting in elementary. One of the things that we need to take into consideration, or the board needs to consider when looking at whether or not to adopt a program of second language instruction, is the declining student enrollment across the division. Given that we are in a down position, this will have an impact, overall impact, on our operating budget. And we're going to have to make decisions about staffing and what have you relative to that enrollment. I bring that up as well because as we have declining enrollment, we have to make decisions about staffing and adding programs. It could potentially be a bit of a difficulty. It's not an insurmountable barrier, but it's something that I think needs to be brought up. My suggestion going forward, based on this information that I've received, based on my conversations with parents and with administrators and staff, I would suggest that if the trustees wish to move forward with a second language instruction program at the elementary, that we explore doing it at Staveley Elementary School for French instruction with grade 4 students. And I would suggest that it be done as a pilot program, contingent on consultation with that specific parent community, the administration, as well as the successful recruitment of a French elementary teacher. And that would all have to be taken into context with all of the other budget components that we need to bring to bear as we move forward in developing the operating budget for the division. So I'm open to questions or to further discussion, but that's the information that I have at this point.
Any questions for Superintendent Beaton on the presentation? Go ahead.
I hate being the one that's doing all the talking today, but okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the information and for bringing this forward and the work that went into looking into it and the conversations that you've had at the parent council so far. I appreciate all of that. I also appreciate you considering a pilot. I think that's a logical next step forward. I'm certainly in support of it. I know, and everybody around me knows, that I'm a very vocal proponent, is that the right word? I think it is, for second language instruction, and I believe that the Staveley Elementary is a good venue to do a pilot. You have the right size school there. You have a parent there who's a couple parents there who I know are passionate about second language instruction. So yeah, I would be in support of a pilot there and appreciate what you guys have done so far.
I have Trustee Hodges and Trustee Churchin.
I just have a question around, I'll just throw it out there. Does it necessarily have to be a teacher that can teach French? What if there is someone in the community that would love to just come into the classroom and teach it. I guess I don't know the logistics of that, and so I'm just wondering if there's other ways to look at that.
Sure, that's a good question. Any instruction delivered in a classroom needs to be provided by a teacher or overseen by a teacher. So to your example, if there was a community member that was fluent and could teach the second language, they can be in the classroom, but their work still needs to be overseen by a teacher. So regardless of how that process is operationalized, a teacher still needs to be a part of that classroom to oversee assessment and those practices. A way to mitigate that, because it is still staffing consideration, would be to look at it more as a club, as an opportunity outside of the classroom for second language introduction to exposure, those pieces. But if it's going to be done as an academic pursuit, it needs to be overseen by a teacher.
Trustee Charchin, then Trustee Long.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the amount of information and data that's been gathered. A very well-informed presentation for us to consider. I feel like it's forward-thinking in terms of looking at a second language. I feel like it's also safe. It's a recommendation that's been considered within having a qualified teacher in the context of the divisional budget. I think the only thing I'd like to add, given what you just said, is could it possibly, you talked about it being an after-school program, could it be an option type? I know they used to do experiential learning day or whatever, just another option to think about. But thank you very much for all your work, and thank you for Trustee Gimber for not letting this go to rest.
Trustee Long.
Yeah, I would add to the conversation, specifically in terms of communities that support second language, that have it on their agenda. In Ward 2, Cowley, and Crow's Nest Pass, we have a French immersion school. And I'm not saying this because I mean to compete with them. What I'm saying is Ward 2 is certainly in favor of having second language French classes.
Trustee Yegus.
Yeah, I thank you for trying to look at options of trying to do a second language. I know it's important. I think if we were going to start it, it should be in kindergarten, really, because I think that's the age where you're starting to get students. I look at, when you talk about having it after school or something like that, I know that is one way, but are the students going to get the kind of immersion that they need? And I think that's what's important, is that it is an immersion into a language, and you know, to talk it and to talk with it and do it on a constant basis. But thank you very much for looking at this and looking at ways, because you know, I've been reading a lot about St. Mike's right now and their French immersion class that they're having, and there seems to be very positive in Pigeon Creek, as well as the one in the past. I do know the one in the past, they're thinking of putting a high school now, so it is expanding.
And just to clarify, one of the things I think it's important to, and Trustee Yagas brought this up, is the notion of, you know, second language instruction versus immersion. And those two, I think, is really important. They are separate, right? Immersion, obviously, and I know you know this, immersion is a very specific process by which there's no English spoken in the school. It is an immersive language learning environment, which research suggests is ideal to quickly learn a second language. Obviously, that presents some different challenges. And so I'm not suggesting that we're developing an immersion program, and I didn't think you felt I was. We're talking obviously about second language instruction, which across the province tends to be starting in grade 4 outside of those immersion programs, which is why I suggested beginning in a grade 4 level.
Any further questions? Thank you so much, Superintendent Beaton, for that presentation. It's really exciting and look forward to hearing more about it as we get closer to the fall. With that, that brings us to the end of our agenda. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of the meeting being adjourned. Oh, Trustee Charchin's hand went up fast. All those in favor? That is carried at so we'll take a quick health break and reconvene here for our